Um, Good morning. I hope you have rested well. For those of you who were not with us yesterday, may I welcome you all to this pre-G20 conference organized by Ideas in collaboration with the University of Cape Town, the Center for African Studies, the Institute for Global Dialogue at the University of South Africa, and the Center for Social Change at the University of Johannesburg. And I just have to quite quickly address a few admin issues, housekeeping issues, before we start. I'm sure you should be able to have connections flowing, Wi-Fi connections. If they're not there, it's not there, please let us know. We have translation services in French and Spanish. And we have the channels, I think 1 and 2, respectively. Your tables have got the translation equipment. And we'll be getting out for breakfast according to the schedule that you now have on your tables or in your computers. But for conveniences, you may have to walk left and get into the gents and ladies that we have just next to us. Once again, welcome to Johannesburg and welcome to South Africa. My name is Reggie Nkosi, who is going to be with you for another few hours as we walk through the program. While I stand here, I need to point out that I'm standing on behalf of my colleagues, whom I may require them to stand up. From the University of Cape Town, we have Professor Homan Chitonge. Homan, please, if you can stand up. He's well engaged in this program, so we're working together. He should have been here as well, talking as I do. Thanks, Homan. From the University of Johannesburg, we have Professor Patrick Bond. Professor Bond, I'm glad that you're in Palestine to indicate the strength of this country's commitment to the Palestinian cause. And of course, that has also led us to having all manner of tariffs imposed on us. I think that's an honor for South Africa, I think, isn't it? In support of the Palestinians. And at UNISA, we have Professor Mika Kubai is not here. I can't see him. But anyhow, we have the head of the Institute for Global Dialogue, who is going to be talking just now. So there's no need for me to get him to stand up. Right, so these people I've just mentioned here were very actively involved in shaping this program, the agenda, and we find ourselves at this point here as a consequence of this collaboration between Ideas and these institutions. My colleague, Professor Christopher Malikane from Wits University, or the University of the Witwatersrand, should be here, has been silently, oh, hi, Prof, you can stand up. Siawong, yeah, he's been working silently with us. So you can see the cooperation, the coordination, the collaboration that's behind this work that Ideas has put together. And we think this is going to continue into the future as we respond to the challenges of the Global South. Yeah, and indeed, we look forward to most of us congregating at some other place in the Global South to answer to the challenges that we seek to address. A keynote speech is going to be delivered in the next coming few minutes, but before that, we're going to have reflections by the heads of the institutions that form or have been collaborating in this event. These are Professor Jomo Kwame Sundram, who is both an African and Asian, Professor Dr. Pelani Mtembu, he's here, and Patrick Bond. Professor Patrick Bond is going to stand for the University of Johannesburg. So may I therefore call on these gentlemen, I'll call one by one to come and offer the opening remarks as it were. Professor Jomo, may you stand up and give us your reflections, representing ideas.
Thank you very much, Reg, and thank you to all the host organizations for kindly hosting this event. I'm here on behalf of Charles Abugre, the Executive Director of IDEAS, who will be joining us hopefully tomorrow, at the very latest on Friday morning. Is tomorrow Friday? Yes, sorry, on Saturday morning. Many of you may not know that IDEAS was actually born in Cape Town. Tandika Makandawire, the late Tandika Makandawire from Malawi, was able to, from his perch as the director of UNRIS, United Nations Research Institute for Social Development, organized a meeting in September 2001. 4 days before 9/11, and the meeting was held in Cape Town, and it was quite an important event in the sense that it consolidated a commitment by different parts of the Global South to try to develop an alternate, systematically and collaboratively, an alternative way of understanding various issues, various economic issues. And thus IDEAS was born. Now, there's much which can be said, but this is not the time to rehearse a whole history of IDEAS. But I think it is fitting that the leadership of IDEAS has shifted to Africa in the last few years. And the role of executive secretary is now also held by an African, also by and that is Georgie Sikata, who's now the executive secretary. I'm not sure whether she'll be able to join us, but she is now the the secretary, not the executive secretary. And the executive director is Charles Abugre. But now, thanks to their efforts, IDEAS has had a bit more ability to mobilize some resources and a much more ambitious program which involves, among other things, education and research, primarily education and research. And thanks also to those efforts, we have also been able to expand work in Latin America. But this comes at a very bad time, as you all know. The situation in the world today is quite dismal, and it's all the more reason for us to sharpen our critical understanding of various issues. But it is crucial for us to keep abreast with the contemporary challenges and not fight with ghosts of the past. And that's why, while we emphasize an important historical approach and understanding towards economic thought, and particularly towards development economic ideas, it is also very crucial for us to be on top of current issues. Unfortunately, we often find that policymakers do not have the luxury of keeping up with current issues as much as they might stare in the face of us. If you open the newspaper, well, less people read the newspapers these days, whatever this current source of news is. But this is more challenging. So how do we understand, for example, what President Trump represents in terms of economic ideas? Are we still fighting the dragon of neoliberalism? Or do we have a new situation in the world today? How do we deal with contending ideas of that sort? These are some of the challenges which we have before us, and it's all the more reason for us to try to develop and face the challenges which we have in the coming months, years, but precisely by trying to make sense of the world today. And as some wiser people once said, economists have only interpreted the world. The point is to change it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jomo, for your words. Before I move on, I want to reflect on Jomo's shirt and advise that Jomo is a Malaysian, also an African. President Mandela's shirts seem, most of you should know now how President Mandela was wearing his shirts and the type of shirts. Jomo had something to do with that. So I think he's a very treacherous man, isn't it, for having introduced such type of clothing to the mighty Nelson Mandela. Jomo, anyway, thanks for your treacherous activities. And we think that's important to reflect on that. Now, before I call on Dr. Philani Mthembu from the Institute for Global Dialogue at the University of South Africa, there's a colleague of mine who should also be with me here, is here with us, and that colleague of mine is Ndongo Samba Sila. Dr. Ndongo, may you stand up? I think people don't know you, it seems. Is a colleague, I mean, people don't know you. May you stand up? Yeah. Is a colleague I work with closely and also charged with this conference today. Right. Most of us know the G20, well, we know it, and in this country, there are institutions nominated by government to run with the T20, the Think 20, and I think which many of us are associated with. And the institution, one of the three institutions, is the Institute for Global Dialogue at the University of South Africa. And Dr. Philani Mthembu, who heads that institution, is here, and may I ask him to come forward and give us a word or two. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much to the co-organizing team for putting this engagement together. And I know that many of you have been busy having very useful, but also, engagements and discussions that are also geared towards looking at solutions, using also alternative lenses. I think for many, many years, I think at times the countries that we come from have at times been trying to resolve sort of systemic, social, political, and economic challenges, at times using the same lens and not necessarily achieving at least something that is sustainable and that actually gains momentum. And I think in such a context, it becomes important, of course, to say, but what other methods are there? What other ways of thinking can we actually employ to actually solving many of the challenges we face? Because indeed, many of the challenges we face in our region, in Africa, in the global south, many of them are systemic. And so at times, I think, we have a challenge when we're looking at the, sort of a structure agency problem. And at times, we're not understanding that the challenge is at a systemic level. I think many in this room, sure, have come to that realization, and much of your work speaks to that. But I think in broader policy making, the implementation, development plans that are being adopted in our respective countries and regions, at times we wait for other countries, at times in the global north, to adopt certain policies, which then gives us, the freedom to say, okay, fine, the environment is now conducive to implementing certain policies. And I think at times it means that we remain behind the curve at a practical level in terms of resolving social and political challenges in our respective countries. And as this conference is held under the theme towards a needed paradigm shift in economic policy, we've seen that the South African presidency has, to a certain extent, also called for a need for new thinking when it comes to offering practical solutions to long-standing challenges affecting the Global South. And we're in a unique period where Global South presidencies have held the presidency of the G20. So from Indonesia to India to Brazil and now to South Africa. And it becomes important to see what impact this has had in terms of injecting new thinking into the processes of the G20. It becomes important to evaluate such. We know that under the theme solidarity, equality, and sustainability, Africa has also been prioritized, especially with the African Union having a full seat in the G20 and participating in all the different engagements within that. Now, the conference that we are hosting today, tomorrow, and the next day, it brings, of course, expert insights that will guide the discussions on alternative frameworks and approaches to developing a policy agenda on 3 key areas. Now, those areas are important. They also are areas that we have looked to address within the context of one of the engagement groups of the G20, which is the T20, that being the think tanks and research institutions. Some of these areas include industrialization through the utilization of critical minerals and materials. Now, this is something that the T20 has seen as a cross-cutting theme across, whether it's trade and investment, whether it's climate change and the just energy transition, whether it's solidarity to achieve the sustainable development goals. We've seen the issue of industrialization through the utilization of critical minerals and materials as something that is quite important for African countries, particularly to safeguard a certain degree of strategic autonomy when it comes to designing policy, but also the type of development programs that our countries would like to see around critical minerals. Movement away from a more extractive model and just wanting to have access to those critical minerals as cheap as possible and as easy as possible. So on the one side, yes, access to them is important, but the development that takes place around those areas of extraction become also more important. The second theme you'll be addressing is on domestic resource mobilization for development. And in an environment where we see that for many years, funding, traditional funding through official development assistance, through concessional financing from various multilateral development banks have been on the decline. We're seeing more development finance being reprioritized towards military expenditure in leading countries in the developed north, as sometimes they are referred to. Now, what that means is that, and of course this is something we've been aware of for many years, is if we are to own the development programs we have for our respective countries and the regional development frameworks, it is important that more of the financing for those development projects can actually be resourced domestically and regionally to also assist in maintaining a certain degree of strategic autonomy and ownership of those development programs. Now, this does not necessarily negate the importance of international partnerships. However, it does mean that we do need to tackle this issue of raising domestic resources, whether it's illicit financial flows that we need to find solutions to, but also other means of raising financing for our development programs, and that will assist in maintaining a degree of strategic autonomy. The last point is around South-South financial cooperation schemes and the importance of encouraging these, such as establishing payment systems that support cross-border trade. Now, this is obviously something that is important. The cost of capital is an issue that is discussed within the G20, sometimes maybe not in a satisfactory manner, but it is something that is certainly discussed. And we've seen the impact of extending also finance primarily through US dollars. And we've also seen the added benefits at times of financing certain development projects using local currencies. And of course, this has become an increasingly important issue, but also the development of alternative payment systems in order to facilitate cross-border trade. On our continent, this becomes absolutely important. And so from the Institute for Global Dialogue, we felt that at least the work that is taking place in this conference does fall in line with some of our priorities, not only as an institute, but also as a member of the T20 Secretariat. The last point is we've organized ourselves around essentially 5 task forces within the T20. This includes trade and investment, digital transformation, financing for sustainable development, solidarity for the achievement of the SDGs, and lastly, accelerating climate action and the just energy transition. Now, all of those areas, you know that the themes addressed in this conference are actually relevant to that work that is being taken out. So we look forward to the discussions and also to finding more practical solutions and using alternative frameworks of thinking and also alternative methods. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, Pilani, for your reflections. I know that we have Homan here from the University of Cape Town, but for now, let me ask Professor Patrick Bond to come and reflect on this conference and the possible outcomes. Patrick.
Hang out here for a second. Dear visitors, dear friends, but dear comrades, in our movement, we always do a couple of words to get the spirit. Amandla. Amandla. Away to. Now the visitors need these 2 words, don't they?
They do.
What do they mean?
The power is ours, is in our hands.
So power to the people. Amandla, away to. We do that to welcome. And
as the people, yeah.
Yeah, and our movement basically has a spirit that if you came here as a petit bourgeois careerist, aiming to go high into the G20 with a theory of change, that your ideas will mean something. You don't know those 2 words. You don't want to know those 2 words. But I know that the heterodox economists, the feminists, the post-Keynesians, the institutionalists, and the Marxists amongst us, maybe anarchists too, you don't qualify. You do have to learn these 2 words. However, if you are going back to the United States, since we have a good team here putting all this on YouTube, you should be quiet, right? When you hit immigration, if the YouTube is picking up your knowledge of our 2 favorite words, Amandla, Awetu, And we have to say not just the US. It turns out that, that Britain is also now in the same category. And Jeremy Corbyn is actually here tomorrow night, or day after tomorrow, to promote Palestine. It's in a venue about 40 minutes away from here. And after the chaos you might have heard of in Corbyn's attempt to start a new party, I think we should prepare to welcome him into an exile. And those of you who are laboring under various repressive regimes, the worst being, of course, the US, where freedom of intellectual work, freedom of academic expression is fading fast, and Britain, but also from the continent. Johannesburg is a very good address right now, and you probably learned that on Tuesday when you heard Cyril Ramaphosa speaking at the United Nations General Assembly, especially his heartfelt commitment to ending the genocide by Israel in Gaza. But you know that Johannesburg and South Africa is a very dialectical place, and you know that we have a tradition in our favorite movement, our ruling party, which is called, well, I call it talk left, walk right. And that you may know that while President Ramaphosa is railing in such an eloquent way about the need for Palestine to be free, his brother-in-law, his name's Patrice Motsepe, is preparing 170,000 tons of coal that will wreck the environment, to be loaded onto the Navios Felix ship today in Richards Bay. That's our main coal terminal. And that coal terminal is then for the 18th time supplying 2 million tons of coal to the genocidaires. And so our dialectics include regular protests against Cyril Ramaphosa's brother-in-law, Patrice Motsepe, and his African Rainbow Minerals. But he's really just the Black Economic Empowerment frontman, because we have a class formation process in which racial assimilation into some of the worst circuits of capital has been managed by Glencore, which is the main supplier of that coal. And that Cyril Ramaphosa's main business partners in South Africa, when he was a coal mining tycoon, were Glencore. And that the trade minister, Parks Tau, has said, we will not intervene in the extraction from Mpumalanga, which is just the next province, and the export of coal to Israel, because the WTO doesn't allow us to do so because of its non-discrimination provisions. Now, that's the mentality. It's exactly where Joma has said, with a paleo-conservative, as they call themselves in the Trump terrain, the paleo-conservative forces in the US, leaving the door open for very weak European neoliberals. Now, the opening is for the BRICS to be neoliberal, as exemplified by Parks Tau. And it's very appropriate in this city, Johannesburg, but where we are is called Ekurhuleni, that we pick up some of the traditions here, because it's an important city, if we especially include Pretoria, because about 30 minutes north of here on that R21, you'll find Jan Smuts's mansion and his library. Has anyone from South Africa been up there? It's in Irene. And you'll find the 1944 correspondence where John Maynard Keynes had really wanted Jan Smuts, still in the kind of British colonial terrain and the Commonwealth, to be an ally in Bretton Woods, to unite with the debtors of the world against the main creditor. But underneath us was half the world's historic gold, right? Underneath us in this strip that goes from about 50K to the east and about 250K to the west and south. Some of the mines, the gold mines, being 4 kilometers deep. That's our deepest mine in the world in Carltonville. And so half the world's historic gold being dug out from this area meant that Jan Smuts felt, well, where's the other half? Oh, it's in Fort Knox, Kentucky. So in 1944, the deal making that went on included Harry Dexter White working with Jan Smuts and his delegates at Bretton Woods to ensure that the dollar had an exorbitant privilege right from day one. So we're very embarrassed by that, and we hope that a new Bretton Woods might come out. Will it come from the G20, in which similarly a Western elite in 2008, in November, in Washington, then in April 2009 in London, and then in Pittsburgh, and on, and now in a place called Nasrec, which is the November 22, 23 summit site. Some of us went by there yesterday, coming out of Soweto. And that when the assimilation from the imperialist West during a financial crisis includes major, may I use a word that our Brazilians taught us, a man called Rui Mauro Marini, a wonderful dependency theorist. And he understood a word, he created it in a way for this purpose, I think, sub-imperial. So the assimilation of sub-imperial into imperial is absolutely appropriate for hosting the G20 in our region, because this is the most unequal city in the world, Euromonitor 2017, the last data we have. It's the most corrupt city, but not who you may have heard of. You may have heard that we have politicians and bureaucrats who are corrupt. But if you look at Transparency International, which is, I think, still the gold standard for the Corruption Perceptions Index, we're actually 107th most corrupt. That is, we're not even, out of 180, we're not even in the top half of corrupt states. Why do I say the most corrupt city? Because there's a very important consultancy. I always get that wrong. It's called PwC. Some of you have flown in on SAA. That airline was basically wrecked by PwC. It really knows corruption. So when it does the biannual corruption, what's called economic crime and fraud survey, takes one to know one, I take it seriously. And our Johannesburg lads, and mostly you can tell them by the color of their skin, they win the regular biannual economic crime and fraud surveys. They're in Sandton, but they're also in Stellenbosch, Central Cape Town, Umhlanga. So if some of you are out wandering around and you're pulling out your plastic, just be careful, because this is a town full of world-class Tutsis. The currency manipulation by the banks and various other aspects prove that. And we also have to apologize to all of you, because probably the most damaging man in recent history was taught here in Johannesburg, well, Ekurhuleni, right next to Johannesburg, at Bryanston High, and he grew up in Pretoria. Does anybody know whom I'm talking about? Just to give you a sense, the Lancet, the British medical journal, has issued a report predicting 14 million deaths unnecessarily thanks to this man. Who is that? Wake up, folks, this is a problem. His name is Elon Musk, and he was bullied badly at Bryanston. He said nearly to death. And I think a beautiful little smart, brilliant, autistic lad going to a high school to learn, as whites of that generation did, how to run the apartheid system, or how to run the most corrupt corporate city in the world. We need to do like an offset. Do you do carbon offsets when you fly? Well, we did give you Trevor Noah from Johannesburg. Okay, some of you smile because you also appreciate the best comedian, I think, in the world. And we gave you this wonderful young singer who grew up a few Ks from here, Tyler. She just won some Emmys and also, or Grammys. We also had, also from Benoni, just next door, Charlize Theron. So we're trying our offsets. We don't believe in carbon offsets, but anyhow. Well, just to give you that final sense of why it's such an exciting city. Some of us, and we must really thank Mayada and Lucia, because the ideas team, especially the African-based cadres I've gotten to know. Are you here in the house, Mayada? And fantastic. Lucia's around? Or? No, not now. But wow, if we had the young scholars again and again, and bring in, as I've seen over the past few days, the ability of Mayada to gather and to nurture our youth, we don't have any problem. We can retire with confidence. However, we have to also appreciate not just the radical reformers in the House who are coming up and finding their way into the States, but the uncivil society forces. And we heard a little bit yesterday about advocacy, but I think uncivil society in this city also deserves credit, partly because some of you know that we are getting this lovely clean water, right? Do you know that there was a water war in this city 25 years ago? And actually, it was against privatization. It was against Suez, the big French company. And we were able to force them out, along with the place you may have heard of, Cochabamba, Bolivia. We were able to force them out and demand free basic water, which the then minister, Ronnie Casserols, delivered. And we were able to kind of get the sense that there is a public good and that we can make arguments for the ability, let's say, of free basic electricity to have spillover effects, multipliers. For example, small businesses, which wouldn't otherwise operate, or women who are, by patriarchy's tradition, doing the cooking and therefore needing clean electricity, not dirty energy, or children needing lights, not candles for studying. And so many ways in which, if we can, let's say, bring our economic analysis into focus. The people that we were with yesterday on our tour of Soweto, who taught the society that electricity is a human right, and 86% of Sowetans get their electricity free in ways that we understood yesterday, could be described as Robin Hood. And it's in that sense that when I see privatized bottled water, I get so fucking angry. Sorry about that, but it just makes me think, wow, our layers of comfortable petty bourgeois in places like Birchwood really have to keep remembering back to when we had these struggles. And I'm so glad that we've got to conclude the spirit of systemic critique that can allow us to do this kind of deep thinking, particularly that we just heard from Palani, the need for a systemic analysis. And I think I'd close by recalling maybe the most empowering single word we heard in the opening last night. Does everybody remember that we heard from Palani's colleague, Mika Kubai? G19. What does G19 mean? To me, that's the most extraordinary opportunity to ensure that instead of the Doral Country Club in Miami next year, where all of the work that we're trying to do now gets tossed in the rubbish bin. In very eloquent remarks, Rob Davies reminded us that Donald Trump has pledged that there won't be any climate or public health or inclusion. There won't be any genuine change in the G20 as an imperial, sub-imperial alliance to shore up finance. There may be a G1, which is Trump, who wants paleoconservatism, and there may be a BRICS that's promoting much stronger, but not reformed, not genuinely reformed IMF, World Bank, WTO, just more of the same neoliberalism. But nevertheless, what work we do will be rubbished, right, next year. And then when there's, what's his name again? Prime Minister Nigel Farage in 2027. Oh, I'm sorry for those of you insulted by that prospect, but it's real. And in that sense, is it not time to see what exactly Mika said last night? The potential to vote Trump off the island and a G19 to be held, where would it be best? Claudia Sheinbaum's Mexico City, perhaps. I say that with a bit of a smile because in all of these respects, what we have to do is raise the temperature and put exactly as the European embassies did to our friends at Institute for Global Dialogue, the potential and the need for our world elites to wake up and make structural changes. If not, work that we do becomes classically think tank oriented. And that means, really I will conclude, that the people who are paid, I'm using a definition Naomi Klein taught me. What's a think tank? People paid to think by the people who control the tanks. Some of you are smiling because you know some people who work for think tanks. I'm so glad that Palani and Mika do not qualify to be in a proper T20 since they're bringing such structural analysis. So we welcome you, and when you come back for a massive protest march against the G20 on November 22 from Soweto, just across the mine dunes over to Nasrec, we'll really welcome you with those two words. Amandla! Away to, no, not everybody heard, and I know we don't have any petty bourgeois careerist reformists or people trying to cross the US border. One more time, Amandla, away to. Thank you, dear comrades.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. Isn't it wonderful to be in South Africa sometimes? To echo these revolutionary statements and echoes and chants that are so common in our landscape. Thanks those of you who came here at the University of Cape Town Professor Homan Chitonga said, well, no. It's wanna come next. So it's okay. We're gonna allow him to rest a bit. Dr. David Masondo is the Deputy Minister of Finance. He was supposed to be here. We learned yesterday that he's attending a funeral, so he's unable to be with us. We do not know whether he's returned to Gauteng. Gauteng is this province. The word Gauteng means where gold is. He comes from the other province. So he will be unable to be with us. If he does, then to be a bit later. Instead, the person who's going to deliver the opening speech is a senior bureaucrat in the office of the President of the Republic. And that person is Lawrence Matemba. Lawrence Matemba, apart being in that office, he also manages the research branch within the presidency, and he is therefore the senior research person in that office. May we therefore welcome Lawrence Matemba from the office of the President. Lawrence Matemba, you have the chair.
Thank you so much, Chair of this session. So on Tuesday at the UN, President Trump spoke for close to an hour. I'm not threatening to do the same. I'll take much shorter. I've been introduced as a bureaucrat. Indeed, even the way I'm dressed, I look the one. So I kind of looked across in the room, and no one, I don't see anyone in a tie. It's the audience that is here. That also signifies the freedom to debate and discuss and engage on the important issues that are facing us today. So I am hoping, although I'm not going to stay the entire time, that in that spirit of freedom, free expression, the deliberations here would follow exactly that path. But from us in government, it's always exciting to be part of this kind of association, because we get to understand and appreciate the thinking that is permeating not just in the academic world, but in society in general. So if this session was online, I would ask, am I audible? But it's physical. So my question is, can you see me? Because I'm challenged height-wise. So distinguished colleagues, esteemed academics, leaders of civil society, the passionate youth voices from Africa, from Asia, and Latin America, all protocol observed, and a very good morning to everyone gathered here this morning. It is an honor to stand before you today. When I look around this room, I don't just see participants at a pre-G20 meeting. I see the energy, I see the creativity, I see the lived realities and the unyielding hope. We are not here as observers of the global economy. We are here as architects of the future. There is an African proverb that says, until the lion learns to ride, every story will glorify the hunter. For too long, the story of the global South has been told by others. Today, in this space, we begin to write our own. The G20 may be described as a forum of the world's most powerful economies, but its legitimacy depends on whether it can respond to the needs of all, especially those of us who live daily with the consequences of inequality, debt, climate change, digital divides, and underrepresentation. I want to particularly acknowledge IDEAS, the International Development Economics Associates, for convening this dialogue. IDEAS is more than a network of economists. It is a community of critical thinkers who challenge orthodoxies, who bring forward the realities of different parts of the South of the world, and who insist that development must place people at the center. In many ways, IDEAS represents the conscience of global economic debate, reminding us that another world is possible, one that prioritizes equity, sustainability, and justice. This gathering, therefore, is not just preparatory work for the G20. It is part of a long tradition of ideas shaping the narrative, ensuring that when participants take their seat at the G20 table, they do so carrying with them the perspectives, aspirations, and innovations of the multitudes around the globe. Allow me to take you through 5 themes or 5 stories that are formed amongst the many themes of the G20 this year. The first theme that I would like to reflect on is on inclusive development and inequality. When I travel through Limpopo, Limpopo, for those that visit us here, is a province in the northern part of this country. I see children who rise before dawn, walking miles to school along dusty paths. Some arrive hungry, having had nothing but water for breakfast. Some, and yet only a few hours in Johannesburg, where we are, glass towers rise higher each year, and the hum of business districts echoes with opportunity. This contrast between the child walking barefoot and the corporate executive in air-conditioned offices is the face of inequality. And this story is not South Africa's alone. It is echoed across everywhere. In Latin America, families build their homes out of tin and wood on the edges of sprawling cities, while luxury apartments overlook them from just across the street. In Asia, we celebrate rapid growth, but millions still live in villages where the lights go out when the sun sets, because electricity has never reached their homes. In parts of Africa, in our continent, beautiful continent, we speak of untapped mineral wealth beneath the soil. Yet above ground, communities live without clinics, without decent roads, without the jobs such resources should bring. Inequality is not only about income, it is about dignity, about whether young people believe they have a future. It is about whether a young graduate in Lagos or Nairobi can find a job worth of their education. It is about whether women have the same opportunities to own land, to lead companies, to sit in decision-making spaces. It is about whether rural communities, too often forgotten, share in the prosperity that flows in cities. The G20 must confront this truth. Growth measured only in GDP is hollow. A country may boast of 5% growth, yet if that growth widens the gap between rich and poor, if it leaves millions excluded, then it is not progress. It is fragility distinguished as success. History has shown us that societies which exclude large portions of their people cannot remain stable. Inequality breeds unrest. It erodes trust in institutions and stifles potential. But when development is inclusive, when opportunities reach women, youth, and rural communities, nations do more than grow, they thrive. That is why South Africa insists at the G20 that tackling inequality is not an act of charity, but an act of common sense and of justice. Inclusive development is not about lifting up the poor as an afterthought. It is about unlocking the talents, creativity, and potential of entire populations. It is about building economies that are resilient because they draw on the strength of all their people, not just a privileged few. If we fail to act, inequality will remain the silent fault line beneath our societies. But if we succeed, we can transform that fault line into a foundation, one where every child, whether in rural Limpopo, the favelas of Rio, or the villages of South Asia, can walk into a future of dignity and opportunity. Now moving to the second theme, debt finance and economic sovereignty. Let's picture a finance minister somewhere in Africa, or in Latin America, or in Asia. Each year, she prepares the national budget. On her desk, two documents lie side by side. One is a list of urgent needs from her people: schools that need more teachers, clinics that lack medicine, villages that wait for clean water. The other is the repayment schedule to international creditors. Too often, it is the second document that dictates her choices. So instead of hiring nurses, she pays interest. Instead of investing in solar energy, she services debts. Debt. The promise of tomorrow is mortgaged to the demands of yesterday. This is not just numbers on a balance sheet. It is children turned away from hospitals because supplies have run out. It is young graduates waiting years for jobs that never materialize because industries were never built. It is farmers left without irrigation because funds were diverted to pay creditors. Across much of the global south, countries are caught in a cycle of borrowing and repayment that feels endless. Many of us spend more on servicing debt than on health or education combined. And when debt crises strike, the current system, dominated by creditor interests, too often leaves countries with little room to negotiate or to recover with dignity. That is why South Africa has been firm in its position at the G20. The international financial system must change. We need fairer mechanisms for debt restructuring so that when nations are in distress, they are not forced into solutions that deepen their suffering. We need multilateral development banks to transform from being lenders of last resort into true partners in development, offering long-term concession financing that supports growth, resilience, and innovation. Because economic sovereignty is not a luxury, it is the right of every nation to decide how to use its resources for the benefit of its people. No country should have to choose between servicing debt and serving its citizens. The story of debt is not a story of failure by the South. It is a story of systems that are unjust and outdated. But it is also a story of resilience. Despite these constraints, our countries continue to innovate, to create, and to aspire. Imagine what we could achieve if the weight of debt were lifted, if resources now flowing outward could instead be invested inward, into our people, into our infrastructure, into our future. At the G20, South Africa has said this clearly. Addressing debt is not only about economic fairness, it is about justice, dignity, and the possibility of a future where nations arise not as debtors, but as partners in a shared global prosperity. Moving to the third theme, climate justice and energy transition. We might recall that not so long ago in KZN, KwaZulu-Natal, another province of South Africa, heavy rains turned into floods that swept away homes, schools, and lives in a single night. Mothers carried children through waist-high waters. Families watched everything they owned vanish in the current. Thousands were displaced. On the other side of the world, in the Horn of Africa, the opposite story unfolds. Years without rain, cracked earth stretching to the horizon, livestock dying where they fall, and children walking miles for a single bucket of water. in Latin America and the Caribbean, families brace for another hurricane season, wondering if their roofs will survive the next storm. These are not isolated events. They are part of a single shared reality. The Global South is paying the highest price for a climate crisis we did the least to cause. For South Africa, the question is not whether to transition to renewable energy. It is how to do it in a way that is just. In Mpumalanga province on the eastern part of South Africa, where coal mines have provided jobs for generations, the fear is not about cleaner air tomorrow, but about empty stomachs today, if those jobs vanish overnight. For communities built around coal, transition must mean new opportunities, retraining, reskilling, and reinvestment in industry that can thrive in a greener economy. And here lies the heart of climate justice. One-size-fits-all solutions cannot work. The pathways for Africa, Asia, and Latin America must reflect our unique realities. We cannot be told to leave our resources untapped while others built their wealth on fossil fuels for centuries. Nor can climate action become another excuse for inequality, where technology and finance remain locked in the North, while the South bears the burdens of adjustment. Promises of climate finance have been made before, but too often they remain promises, delayed, diluted, or even denied. At the G20, South Africa calls for more than pledges. We demand predictable, accessible, and affordable climate finance that enables us not only to reduce emissions, but to adapt to the storms, floods, and droughts that are already upon us. Because climate justice is not only about cutting carbon, it is about dignity. It is about ensuring that a transition to a greener world does not deepen poverty, but instead unlocks prosperity. It is about making sure that children in Durban, in Dhaka or Lima inherit not just a livable planet, but also economies strong enough to sustain their dreams. The story of climate change is one of agency, but it can also be one of hope. If we invest wisely, if we act justly, the green transition can become the greatest driver of inclusive growth the world, particularly the Global South, has ever seen. In a small town in Kenya, a young woman with nothing more than a second-hand laptop teaches herself to code. Within months, she develops an app that helps local farmers track weather patterns and sell their produce directly to markets, cutting out the middlemen who have exploited them for generations. Her idea spreads quickly, changing lives. In Buenos Aires, a group of university students build a digital platform that allows communities to monitor government spending in real time, shining a light on corruption and giving citizens a voice in how their resources are used. These stories remind us that innovation is not confined to Silicon Valley or European capitals. The Global South is alive with ideas, creativity, and digital solutions. But here's a challenge. For every young person who gets to realize such dreams, millions more are left behind. In rural villages across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, the internet connection is slow or non-existent. In many households, a smartphone is shared among an entire family. Digital literacy lags, and the cost of devices and data are still far too high. For too many, the digital revolution feels like a party they can see, but were never invited to join. That is why South Africa places digital transformation at the center of its G20 agenda. Because if we get this right, digital technologies can be the great equalizer. They can give a child in Limpopo access to the same library of knowledge as a child in London. They can give small businesses in Bogota or Bangalore access to global markets. They can help us leapfrog old barriers and unlock inclusive growth. But if we get it wrong, digitalization could become the new face of inequality, where power and wealth concentrate in the hands of a few multinational corporations, while millions in the South remain digital outsiders. At the G20, South Africa calls for more than infrastructure investments, though that is crucial. We call for a people-centered digital economy, one where data sovereignty is respected and communities have control over their own information. Knowledge is shared across the global South, not hoarded. Skills development ensures that our youth are creators of technology, not just consumers of it. Because the digital age should not be something done to us. It should be something shaped by us. And when we share knowledge across borders, from African innovators to Asian coders to Latin American civic tech leaders, we begin to tell a new story, one of collaboration, resilience, and self-reliance. The future is digital, yes, but whether it is fair and inclusive depends on the choices we make today. Let us ensure the digital revolution does not widen divides, but instead builds bridges. The last theme, youth and civil society as agenda setters, we see that across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, it is not always presidents or ministers who first sound the alarm when society faces a crisis. It is often young people and civil society. When drought grips a region, it is the youth-led community organizations that mobilize water deliveries. When corruption threatens public transport, it is civil society watchdogs that shine the light. When climate change threatens our very future, it is young activists who march in the streets, reminding leaders that inaction is not an option. I think of the students in South Africa who, through the Fees Must Fall movement, sparked a national conversation about access to education. I think of youth climate activists in India and the Philippines who have taken their governments to court demanding climate accountability. I think of NGOs in Latin America that fight tirelessly to defend indigenous communities against deforestation and displacements. These are not small voices on the sidelines. These are the pulse of democracy accountability, and innovation. Yet too often, when the G20 and other global forums gather, youth and civil society are treated as observers, invited to listen, but not to decide. Their contributions are welcomed politely, but rarely embedded in the outcomes. And I think that must change. South Africa has deliberately tried to do things differently. In preparing for the G20, we have opened space for youth leaders, civil society organizations, and academics to feed directly into our agenda. This very ideas gathering today, this next 2 days, is part of that effort. But we know that one country doing so is not enough. We want to see this approach institutionalized at the G20 level. Because here's the truth. Youth and civil society are not stakeholders to be managed. They are co-authors of the solutions we need. They are innovators, watchdogs, and conscience keepers. They remind governments of the people behind the policies, and they ensure that lofty commitments translate into real change on the ground. At the G20, South Africa argues that structured payment mechanisms are needed to give these voices weight in decision-making, not as a courtesy, but as a necessity. Because the world that the G20 is shaping today is the world that young people will inherit tomorrow. They must not be heard. They must help decide. Imagine a G20 where youth design digital policy frameworks, where civil society helps track climate finance flows, where grassroots organizations shape how debt relief translates into community development. That is the G20 we need, a G20 with a people at its center. And so, as we close this theme, let us remember youth and society are not on the margins of the story. They are its beating heart. If we fail to bring them into the room, we are writing a story that will not last. But if we empower them as agenda setters, then the story of the G20 and of the Global South will be one of resilience, justice, and hope. As a way of call to action, these 5 themes that we have just gone through or reflected on are not isolated issues. They are threads woven into one vision, a fairer, more sustainable, and more inclusive global order. And the message South Africa carries is clear. The Global South is not asking for a voice. We already have one. What we demand is that it be heard, respected, and acted upon. Let us use this gathering to write a new story, one where the lion finally learns to write. A story not of exclusion, but of inclusion. Not of debt, but of sovereignty. Not of climate catastrophe, but of resilience. Not of digital divides, but of shared knowledge. And not of youth and civil society on the margins, but at the center. Together we can ensure that when South Africa speaks at the G20, it speaks not only for itself, but as a bridge, an amplifier, and a champion of the new world order. With these few words, I would like to thank everyone, to thank Ideas for inviting me, for the opportunity to share with you where government is with regard to preparations towards the summit, and I look forward to the richness of deliberations. I thank you.
Thanks, Lawrence, for thoughtful reflections. Yeah, indeed, I listened attentively to the issues of the youth screaming in various parts of the Global South. We do have a cohort of masters and PhD students here who are quite eager to change the course of economic history. And the lecturers who've been, these workshops, equipping these young, brilliant minds to be part of the process of shaping indeed the course of history here in the Global South and perhaps elsewhere. And thanks again for reflecting on this as a word from the office of the President. And we hope it is taken seriously. Yeah, the next session is considerations for pragmatic African development options. The key word is going to come from Professor Jomo Kwame Sundram, again, the man who has African names. And a discussant will be Professor Chris Marikane. Did introduce Chris, though shortly, but he's a teacher at the University of the Witwatersrand, an economics teacher there. Professor Marikane, would you please walk to the front as I ask Jomo to come over and deliver his reflections. Thanks. I will chair the session as well, so yeah.
Thank you very much again, Reg. And I have a rather long presentation, which I will not go through thoroughly, but I hope Chris can get the gist of it, and all of you can get the gist of it. I will basically, to ensure that that you follow the thrust of what I'm going to say, because I might meander a little bit, having been deprived of sleep on my way here. I think I'm going to make 7 major points. One is about trade. Let's face it, nobody really believed about the so-called virtues of trade liberalization, except a few economists. Okay, and this is, I think, very clear. So while a lot of people, policymakers, repeat the mantras, in fact, they repeat the mantra which they're told is the thing to say in polite company. But now, thanks to the last decade or so, at the end of the Obama administration, Obama did 2 things. One, he called for the end, Obama called for, basically wanted to declare the end of the Doha development round. Okay, the Doha development round, which started in 2001. And this was done through his USTR, Mr. Froman. But more importantly, with Trump coming in, he basically said what polite people are not supposed to say. He basically gave the game away. He doesn't believe in trade liberalization. To him, it was a plot by certain quarters to advance their own interests. And so what we basically have had since then is a very severe critique of trade liberalization and a critique of the pretensions of trade liberalization. So Trump has basically taken away any fig leaf of the arguments for trade liberalization. But it's also important to remember that the so-called advocates of trade liberalization were never endorsing what was being actually done in the name of trade liberalization. If you take somebody like Jagdish Bhagwati, who was involved in writing the rules for trade liberalization in the so-called Dunkel draft. When Bhagwati was a young lecturer in the Delhi School of Economics in 1959, he wrote a piece basically talking about the immiserization of trade. Basically, productivity increases in developing countries were largely lost to the producers. They were basically captured by others for a whole range of reasons which I won't get into right now. But the point is that even somebody like him recognized this. He has also, his last book, the one about termites, is basically to argue that all these so-called things which are being done in the name of trade liberalization, regional free trade agreements, plurilateral free trade agreements, bilateral free trade agreements, these are all termites destroying the kind of multilateral trade liberalization he was advocating. So you have this curious phenomenon at the beginning, about three decades ago, where he writes a book basically criticizing the civil society organizations which were criticizing trade liberalization, and a journalist by the name of Martin Wolf writes the more academic critique of trade liberalization. This is a very curious division of labor. You normally expect the academic to write the academic critique, but no, he didn't do that. And basically, I think now nobody really takes it seriously. And this basically strips the last fig leaf away from the neoliberal argument. This, I think, is very, very important for us to recognize. So we cannot keep on talking about neoliberalism as if it is the dominant ideology. It is no longer the dominant ideology of the ruling class. And this is, I think, crucial. So the second part of the argument is basically about the deindustrialization which has been taking place. The deindustrialization, of course, has been far more advanced in the more industrialized part of the world. We hardly had any industry to begin with, so there isn't much to deindustrialize. But in the more developed industrialized economies, they have lost quite a bit of industry. But if you look at the literature, mainstream economists like Brad DeLong at Berkeley and so on and so forth, or if you want to look at ideas work, Jyoti Ghosh, for example, basically everybody has been pointing out that the major reason for the loss of jobs was not jobs going from the north to the south. It was mainly due to changes in techniques of production, due to automation, and now very recently, AI applications. All this has basically done a lot more to remove industry. Undoubtedly, there has been some development of industry in the South, what we call the global South, mainly in the East Asia. And that is about it. A few countries developed a few things like garments and textiles, but those were the exception. And so we have to think very carefully about what the prospects for industrialization in the South if we are looking for a so-called new paradigm. The third argument is about foreign direct investment. Now, basically, everybody is now saying, oh, debt is bad, FDI is good, okay? And for those of us who advanced these kinds of criticisms of FDI over half a century ago, what we find now is that the arguments have been legitimized not by the West, not by East Asia, but mainly by invoking China and Vietnam. Be careful with these arguments. But when we think about East Asia, particularly, remember that if you look at East Asia, the story which is told by the World Bank 30 years ago is a misleading story, because the contribution of foreign direct investment to gross domestic capital formation in the boom period of East Asia was actually less than 2%, compared to double digits in the case of Southeast Asia. So the difference between Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia is very important. But if you look at gross domestic capital formation in China, it is still single digit as a percentage of total gross domestic capital formation. In other words, capital formation was largely internal. Don't think it comes through household savings. Most of it has come through profits. Profits seized by corporations, companies in all over the world. This, I think, is very important to recognize. So this kind of gross misleading talk about investments is very, very misleading. Now look at what Trump is doing. Trump is basically saying, I've got one weapon, tariffs, and I'm going to try, I want you all to help America, make America great again. And the way I want you to do that is by exporting less to America, but more importantly, invest in America. So if you look at his trips, he goes to the Gulf. Does he expect the Gulf to put in to stop exporting to America? No. He is demanding them that they invest in America. Now the Gulf, they have very modest technological capacities. So what is he talking about? He's talking about portfolio investment. So any kind of money will be good. Portfolio investment will basically contribute to boosting the stock exchange. This is what it's about, okay? So you're going to have a Trump boom if he succeeds, if his strategy succeeds. And there is every reason to believe that it will partially succeed. It never fully succeed. And now, Mr. Miran is already, Stephen Miran, this 39-year-old guy who's now chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, he is going to become the new, probably going to become the new Fed chair, okay? Now, who appointed Powell, Jerome Powell, the current chair of the US Fed? Was it Obama? No. Was it Biden? No, it was Trump. But he has outlived his usefulness. And so Mr. Miran is going to take over. So we are looking at a world where this is what is expected. These are the things which are expected. East Asia is being asked to come to invest in the US, but on his terms, okay? And of course, everybody is nervous because there is always the possibility of expropriation. Trump might wake up 2 years from now and decide that he's going to make America great again by expropriating foreign investments. So you have a crisis of confidence now in the American economy, in American policymaking because of this. The fourth point, I think, is about indebtedness, and much is going to be said over the next couple of days, so I won't spend too much time on that. But I think the arguments are all very familiar. But be very careful. What does it mean to have financial autonomy when you don't have any finance, when you don't have any capital? What does it mean? Okay? And what happened is that there was a great deal of borrowing and other money which came to the global south, particularly the poorest countries. And when the US raised interest rates, that money flowed back north, especially to the US economy. And who are the economies worst affected? The so-called riskiest countries, the least developed countries. That's exactly what happened. This has been documented by none other than the same Martin Wolf whom I referred to earlier. So be very careful about what you wish for. Be very, very careful about what we wish for. The fact of the matter is that financial globalization has been very uneven. Finance is internationally globalized, but finance seeks profits and rents. Finance is not about love. And this basically means that this is what is happening. Now, developing countries have been told for decades, and especially under when Michel Camdessou was the managing director of the IMF. What did Camdessou say? Open up your capital account. What is Article 6 of the IMF's Articles of Agreement about? It is about guaranteeing the sovereign right of capital controls. Capital what I started calling capital account management. Okay, just to be more polite about it. Some people prefer capital controls, but whatever it is, the point is that opening up your capital account the way we have been advised to is basically like opening a bird cage and expecting more birds to fly in than to fly out. Okay, that is basically what the hope is. And you can be quite sure that, all you need is the sound of something outside, nothing to do with the bird cage conditions, and the birds will leave the cage if the door is open. The sixth point, the tropical curse. Long before climate change, long before people recognized the ravages of climate change, what we had in the world was something which the Caribbean economist Arthur Lewis pointed out. Arthur Lewis, from a fairly early point, he befriended Kwame Nkrumah, and his advice to Kwame Nkrumah I don't think was terribly useful or practical. But he wrote about the tropical curse, about the tropics and the problems of agricultural terms of trade. And he pointed out using data sets similar to Singer as well as Prebisch, but basically over the same time period, meaning 19th century into the 20th century. And he pointed out that the terms of trade have moved against tropical agriculture in favor of temperate agriculture. How do you explain that? But it's Lewis has his argument, but the point is the phenomena. The point, I don't necessarily buy Lewis's argument, but the point is the phenomenon. And I think it's very important for us to recognize. The last problem is a problem which is already very familiar to sub-Saharan Africa, in fact, all of Africa. And that is the threat of renewed stagnation. I want to emphasize renewed stagnation because stagnation in Africa is not terribly new in the post-colonial period. Consider what happened from the late 1970s until the beginning of this century. For a period of almost a quarter of a century, Africa, for all intents and purposes, was in stagnation. Only fairly recently, partly on the basis of trade with Asia, India, China, etc., was there a bit of a revival, mainly because of the discovery of the value of certain new minerals, okay, rare earths, etc., lithium and so on. All this has become very important. But again, we have to be very careful. The margins of profitability of many of the new types of mining which are being advocated are actually very, very meager. If you look very carefully at for example, some of the rare earths which are being mined, the profitability is very meager. So just hoping that there's going to be a bonanza there is something which might turn out to be wishful thinking. So we have a very, very difficult situation right now, where the threat of stagnation, which is now being accelerated by the West, is a real threat. Why is it being accelerated by the West? Because you have the stagnationist tendencies contractionist tendencies which have been introduced by decades of financialization, and accompanying that more recently by the kinds of contractionary policies which are being introduced in the name of combating climate change and discriminating against developing countries. Look at CBAM and what is being proposed as far as carbon border adjustment mechanisms are concerned, measures are concerned. They are actively discriminating against developing countries. But look at which countries are increasing their contribution to accelerating planetary heating. If you look at the recent numbers, just in the last half decade, in 2021, there was a Glasgow commitment to eliminate coal. Within less than half a year, that was abandoned. Okay? Ursula von der Leyen promised a Green New Deal to get elected chair. She again renewed that promise. But what has Europe done? Europe's contribution to planetary warming has accelerated in the last few years, not receded. Look at what has happened with the so-called carbon markets. They're going helter-skelter. It does not make sense because you are subsidizing consumption of fossil fuels in Europe. Why? Because you want to make sure there is political support for the war in support of Ukraine against the Russians. So basically, all this has happened. And this has happened even before Trump changed the priorities and made Trump changed the priorities and basically basically ordered, because when the emperor wants something, he basically orders. So he has basically called for increasing the payments to about the contributions to military spending to 5% of GDP. 5% of GDP, yeah, not the budget, 5% of GDP. And what did the European NATO members say? Yes, we might take a little bit of time, but yes. Contrast that to when he suggested in his first term, increase to 2%. And everybody was saying 2% is too high. But suddenly 5%, what's the problem? So this is what is happening in the world today. So military Keynesianism is the only kind of Keynesianism on offer, and this is what is happening in the world. So we are going to see a very severe contractionary period. The first deputy managing director of the IMF, Madam Gita Gopinath, has just resigned and will go back to teaching. Basically, she was saying two things which the White House is not happy with. Number one, well before Trump came back, she argued that non-alignment is the best thing for developing countries in the present period. It should not take sides in the new Second Cold War. Okay? Doesn't make her a great pacifist or anything, but that's what she argued. And under her watch, the IMF was projecting stagnation as early as this year. Now, this is no longer something to say in polite company. So look at the latest IMF projections. Suddenly, the world economy is improved, ostensibly because the Trump tariffs have not hit as hard as they were supposed to. Let's face it, the Trump tariffs were basically an instrument of extortion. That's all they were, basically to bargain and to change the new economic order. So all this has basically fundamentally changed the world. Now I'm going to run through all the slides I have because I have a lot of slides, and it might not seem very coherent to you because I was only able to update some of the slides. I want to acknowledge the help of my colleagues from ideas in helping to update the slides. And this, I think, is extremely important for us going forward. But I'll just run through the slides with a minimal commentary. Okay, this is all very familiar to you. Commodity prices have declined over the last decade and a half. This is the old, last century and a half. This is the old argument of Singer and Prebisch, and extended by Bilge Erten. Bilge Erten is a Turkish economist who has been working on some of these issues. She's extended the data as far as Singer Prebisch is concerned, and she has also done the same thing for the Lewis argument as far as agricultural terms of trade are concerned. Now, tropical agricultural prices, this simply to, again, drawing on her work, this basically extends the argument. Price cycles, just to show you how erratic price cycles are, and there is very little evidence that the cyclical pattern in commodities is going to go away. And what does it mean that if you're locked into commodity production? Okay, the fact that you're adding more value is not going to necessarily help very much. So we have to be very careful about what we are advocating. Super cycles. This is a phenomenon which people didn't talk about before, but has now clearly been established as far as the last century or so is concerned. And now there's a lot of talk about super cycles, but the point about the super cycles is that the super cycles do not, it's, what does it mean to say a super cycle? It is on top of existing cycles, existing business cycles. That's why it's called a super cycle. And this, I think, is crucial to recognize. The next thing, of course, is that the African terms of trade have been worse over the last half century. Okay, African trade has arguably been immiserizing. Look at the terms of trade. Okay, lose 1/3 compared to 1980. Yeah, we're talking about just during that short period. But if you extend the data to the present period, the basic problem is not going to go away. Okay, and this is the recent period. Again, all this data can be extended quite easily for those of you who have access to the. Everybody has access to the UNCTAD. UNCTAD has the UN data as far as some of this is concerned, is basically managed by UNCTAD. Okay, post-World War II African trade share. Sub-Saharan trade with Sub-Saharan Africa is responsible for much of the change in the trade patterns, not with the rest of the world. Okay. Interestingly enough, the potential for cross South Atlantic, South Atlantic as opposed to NATO, has not really been realized. Okay. This is something which I think people should think about, because there you have even less of a linguistic problem. You have a Lusophone connection and all the other kinds of connections, but this is not really developed. Okay, I'm going to, these headlines tell you the story, okay? Primary export dependence continues to be high. Mineral export dependence is rising. There's very interesting work by Yao Graham and others at the Third World Network for Africa who are doing this work. And I would encourage those of you who are working in these kind of areas of mineral export prices to think very seriously, because I think this is one area where there is tremendous potential. But let's face it, minerals are not in sub-Saharan Africa alone. But there's a lot of potential. If you look at how some countries have used the diminished capabilities of the World Trade Organization to their advantage. So if you look at what Prabowo is doing with nickel processing in Indonesia, all this is made possible precisely because the World Trade Organization is weak. And this is the time to take advantage of that. I'm sure Rob Davis and others have a lot to say because they have far, far more experience. And we have to build on this kind of accumulated experience, knowledge, inside knowledge, because, it's not textbook stuff. Economics textbook have nothing to offer as far as this is concerned. Negotiations are going to be increasingly hard-nosed, and it's going to be difficult. But our strength is only numbers. And if we don't express that in terms of serious solidarity, not rhetorical solidarity, but serious solidarity, then we are not going to get very far. Agricultural trade liberalization, basically, many countries traded in food security in favor of the promises that Africa was the only land-abundant continent and Africa was going to be feeding the world. Well, 30, 40 years later, I'm afraid we don't see very much evidence of that. Undoubtedly, there have been a few important exceptions, but this is going to be worse in the coming period because you have not only desertification continuing around the Sahara, but you also have aridification. With grasslands, of course, are part of the problem, but we have a further decline. Now, of course, Muammar Gaddafi, when he tried to green the desert around in Libya, did something which was very, very expensive, beyond the reach of most African countries. But I think what we now have is a new generation of new techniques of regreening deserts, addressing aridification. And now you find that prizes are being won by Chinese winemakers who are producing wine in the Gobi Desert. Okay? I mean, Chinese winemakers is one thing to be shocked about, right? But they're producing it in the Gobi Desert. Okay? So I think there's a lot to be learned. South-South technical cooperation has a lot to teach. Consider another problem. I don't think it's a big problem right now in most of Africa, but now seawater is going into rice fields in Vietnam. More than 10 provinces in Vietnam already have rice, and Vietnam is the number 3 rice exporter in the world. 10 provinces are already seeing seawater coming in. Bangladesh, in the Sundarbans, not only Bangladesh, West Bengal, the Sundarbans, seawater is coming in. So you're going to have a diminution of rice production, a diminution of the possibility of other production. But some of the problems have been overcome because people have begun to do work, long-term work, for how to produce more with brackish water, saline water, and so on and so forth. Okay, this is basically a reference to work, conventional economic work by people like Ladd and Dimaranan. This is all, much of it was commissioned by the World Bank and others. And their evidence, if you look at the data carefully, you will find 2 things which are very important. That way back in 2005, while they were pushing, what you find is that further trade liberalization was going to make most developing countries, most African countries, worse off. They were expected to lose billions by further trade liberalization. Okay, this was known by the World Bank and so on. Okay, so they say, oh, it's a World Bank study. It's not. Yes, it's a study precisely not embraced by policy. And you should ask why that is not, policy was not influenced by their own studies. Okay. Okay. Again, welfare gains from full merchandise trade liberalization were very, very dubious to begin with. And now those prospects are going to be disrupted. The very fact that Trump has been able to further extend what he has been doing compared to his first term basically means that you cannot count on markets, external markets anymore. This is going to be a major problem. And basically, we really need to begin to think about finding new ways of cooperation involving trade as well, but which bypass the normal circuits. And that's why I emphasize the relationships with Asia and within sub-Saharan Africa. But there's limited potential and there are limited problems. And there are always advantages of size and so on. So countries like South Africa and Nigeria and so on might do better from the African Continental Free Trade Area compared to. If you look at the work which was done by Penny Goldberg when she was briefly chief economist of the World Bank after they sacked what's his name, Paul Romer. Okay, during that brief period, she commissioned some work, and that's why she doesn't talk about free trade liberalization being better off from Africa. She basically is much more qualified. But when you look at the actual data and you do other things with the data, you will find that the promises which she makes, which qualify the original World Bank promise, is itself dubious. So we have to interrogate this. This is the work of the researchers. You know, we can't expect people in the ministries and so on to do that kind of work. But this is very important, and this is why the ministries have to trust researchers in the universities, in your own universities, rather than rely on you know, consultancy companies and so on and so forth, who write much more elegant English, yeah, but which you need to be very, very skeptical and careful about. Okay, I'm going to rush through. I'm still stuck with trade. You can see how dominant this is. Okay. Okay, now I think this is all well known. Africans, whatever the brief period of import substituting industrialization after the end, independence was achieved, has basically, even that industry has largely been wiped out. Okay, so you have a situation of deindustrialization happening despite the meager industrialization which actually did happen in Africa. And South Africa, because of the apartheid policies, you know, they made a virtue of not being externally dependent. Apartheid South Africa made a virtue of not being externally dependent. Okay? Now, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. What can we learn from that experience? What can be done? And all this basically implies a much more pragmatic approach towards partial opening up on some fronts, but also a pragmatic ability to develop certain activities, economic activities, not necessarily all industry, but also, these are some of the possibilities which need to be explored more and really have to be grounded in the realities of each economy. There's no general one-size-fits-all approach to many of these issues. The tariff bias against Africa is now mutating, and I already mentioned CBAM, but there are many others which many people are more familiar with, which are relevant to Africa. Now, FDI to Africa. Okay, FDI to Africa is now about 6% of global FDI. Now, this might look small, but it's actually 3 times what it used to be. It used to be about 2%. Okay, but be careful about FDI figures, because FDI figures include brownfield as well as greenfield. Greenfield is basically when you develop an economic activity which didn't previously exist. But brownfield is where you take over through a merger or acquisition. You take over existing economy. So in the case of South Africa, for example, you have a lot of economic activities which came from the earlier dispensation during the apartheid period. And some of those industries have been rehabilitated, but now they are no longer controlled or owned by South Africans. They're now owned by foreigners. Okay, so these are things to consider. Now, one of the reasons why South African relations with the rest of sub-Saharan Africa have always been fraught was because capital from South Africa quickly dominated many economies in East Africa, for instance, and so on, after apartheid. So, all these are very, very complex, and it's not a simple story, but it's very important, I think, for us to recognize the complexities of these kinds of relations in order to ensure that the solidarity which is developed, the cooperation which is needed, is a very pragmatic one. Now, the global trends in FDI are not particularly encouraging, and all this, as I emphasized earlier, Trump 2.0 is a very, very different story, because Trump basically, besides his billionaire friends, is counting on foreign investments, both portfolio as well as direct investment into Africa. Okay, the African share is now up to 6.4. Okay, I'm running through this. Okay, now we come to the next story, which is the debt story. But I noticed from many of the presentations, there's going to be much more on debt, so I won't say anything too much. And many of my slides are actually quite outdated as far as debt is concerned. But just in case people are thinking very much about continue to hope for something from the rich countries, there was a brief period, in the beginning of this century, when people like Tony Blair and even David Cameron talked about, helping Africa. Okay, even that brief period is largely over. Okay, so there's going to be even less of that. As far as the US is concerned, the greatest thing which Barack Obama did as far as for Africa was AFRICOM, to globalize NATO, to bring AFRICOM to NATO. Just to give you might say I'm exaggerating, just to give you a sense of what's the problem in my part of the world. Under Trump 1, Biden, a new strategy emerged, something called Indo-Pacific strategy. Okay, so what is the main change? The main change is to see the two theaters, the Pacific theater and the Indian Ocean theater, as linked. So Indo-Pacific basically provided this. Of course, there were people like Modi and some of his Hindutva apologists who justified it in terms of some kind of historical relationship with Japan. And Abe Shinzo, who is the direct descendant, who is the grandson of the first post-American occupation of Japan Prime Minister, Kishi, who was a Class A war criminal. Okay, Kishi, who became the Prime Minister in 1955, Kishi's grandson, through Abe Shinzo's mother, was the most consequential Prime Minister of Japan. Basically, opening up Japan to rearming Japan. Remember that Japan, unlike Germany, never apologized. Okay, never apologized at the highest level, at the official level. It did not apologize for World War II, and so on and so forth. And so that has become strategy. Okay, that has become strategy for the US. Now, this time around, if the current trends continue, it is quite likely that things will happen on two sides. One, on the Indian side, the relationship between Trump and Modi, the bromance between Japan and India is basically over. Okay, so it might not develop to make it possible. And then, of course, you have people like the other Albanese. I think we have to salute the heroic efforts of Francesca Albanese. But there's another Albanese who happens to be Prime Minister of Australia. And that Albanese continued the strategy of the previous conservative foreign minister, Prime Minister of Australia, to associate themselves with AUKUS, okay, the Australian UK US relationship, which basically sees the world as its pond. Remember that the UK, after being bloodied in the nose by Eisenhower and Dulles in the 1950s, decided to withdraw east of Suez. Now, the UK has built 2 aircraft carriers. One aircraft carrier is devoted to East Asia. Who invited them there? Do they need an invitation? So the UK, Japan, Germany, France, all have warships in East Asia, in the South China Sea. Okay, this is the world we live in. So so AFRICOM, if the situation changes, you can be sure that AFRICOM becomes quite convenient. This is Mr. Obama's great contribution to the development of his ancestors' homelands. So let me quickly move on. Okay, I think everybody knows that Africa suffered even more, but nobody talks about it. There are books and many volumes written about how Latin American development was set back. The 1980s were a lost decade for Latin America and so on. Well, Africa lost a quarter of a century. Have you seen a single book about it? I haven't. So this is partly the neglect. Africa is somehow considered, we shouldn't pay attention to macroeconomic issues. Let's look at little projects. That's the approach towards Africa. But nobody looks at the larger macroeconomic picture. And this is, I think, crucial going forward. So we have a huge challenge in terms of what needs to be done as far as many of these issues are concerned. Okay, let me quickly move on. By the way, the structural adjustment programs, one of the key elements, of course, was trade liberalization and accompanying that, capital account liberalization. Okay, it was not initially explicit, but later became explicit towards the end of the 1980s into the 1990s. So in many ways, what happened in Africa is all the more tragic because at least there was some bargaining in Latin America, partly because of the Monroe Doctrine and so on and so forth. But in Africa, it was all done through the Washington institutions, the bank and the IMF. There was no resistance. And many of the so-called independent economists, for example, from South Africa, in the new dispensation were actually handling Africa, were South Africans. Okay? So there's blood on a lot of people's hands. Okay. These are just tables and charts and so on, which basically, the point I really want to make is that you open up the capital account. I made the analogy of the bird in the bird cage, but I think it's naive, and naive in the extreme, to think about financial policy in those terms, to open up and to expect funds to come in. What basically has happened is that the African elites have been further enabled to take their money out. So even when they come back, which they rarely do in the case of Africa, they do in the case of China and so on. But even when they come back disguised. In India, they come back disguised as Maldives companies and Mauritian companies and so on and so forth. Okay? They go out, they set up, and they come back into India. China, same thing. They go out, put their money in Hong Kong and Singapore and so on, and come back in. When Africa, very little comes back in. That's even doubly tragic, I think. The money is taken out, but doesn't even come back in. So the consequence of this is that you basically encourage debt financing because the only capital you have is debt. Okay, so it's private debt as well as public debt. Okay, and this is very important to recognize. And then you have all kinds of other problems associated with that, including things like ISDS, Investor State Dispute Settlement, which interestingly enough, Trump used as an excuse for getting out of a free trade agreement which he had inherited from Obama during his first term. Okay. Now, in the negotiations now, they are insisting on ISDS. Okay. But it's important to recognize that Trump's trade representative, a man by the name of Robert Lighthizer, gave as the reason for rejecting the TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, was because of its chapter on ISDS. Okay. As far as Africa is concerned, another reason to be to reject many of these agreements is because of another chapter on intellectual property rights. So you have a situation where it is almost impossible to have technology transfer. Why should any company with meaningful technology want to participate in a technology transfer agreement? Because you stand to make much, much more through exerting your intellectual property. This is something which happens all the time. Okay, leaving aside the fact that this was also the reason why what the late Mandela fought for, the public health exception to the TRIPS agreement, was never honored. South Africa and India valiantly tried without success. The spirit was not agreed to, and the argument was that, well, that was all part of the Doha agreement, which never happened, so we're not honored by it. We're not bound by it. This is the kind of arguments which are being used, okay? And they prefer to allow millions to die, and you can be sure that Mr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to pursue this kind of brilliant policy tradition. Okay. It has been many years now, because this slideshow was prepared around the turn of the century, that debt servicing payments have greatly exceeded what has been received by Africa in debt. But the point which is important to make, is that when money comes into Africa, it is usually when it is cheapest. So it looks very attractive. You're going to borrow money during the period of quantitative easing, for example, in the North Atlantic region, especially in the US. So money still looks cheap. You borrow and then it flows out. Or you borrow and you're stuck with the debt and you have to service the debt. So don't get seduced by the fact that it seems cheap at a particular moment, because it's not going to stay that way forever. Now these are all just data to show you the extent of debt stock and debt servicing. Many of these countries are the so-called, what President Trump politely referred to as the shithole countries. Trump is really obsessed with certain parts of the human anatomy. Please have more reverence for the Orange Emperor. Okay. Now, if you look at world income distribution, and this is basically, if you took a map of the world and you'd use income distribution, and this is basically the shape of the world as it would be. So North America becomes disproportionately rich, Europe becomes disproportionately rich, and the rest of the country of the world largely shrinks, with some important exceptions such as Japan and Australia and so on. Okay, the point I was making about tropical weather and its effects, there's a lot more now for those of you who are interested to look at the demographic distribution, work on the Anthropocene, for example. What is very clear is that there are more people living in the tropical areas precisely because tropical areas were much more productive. It could support, it had a higher, what is called carrying capacity. Much more people could live there. That's why you don't find many people living around the North or South Pole. Okay? It's for very, very compelling reasons. But of course, what has happened over the last couple of centuries is that wealth has not accumulated in the tropical areas, with some, of course, notable exceptions. Now, as far as developing countries are concerned, the urgent needs of climate finance are really for adaptation. It cannot wait. But most climate finance has been, including from Europe, has been earmarked for mitigation. Okay? They want to directly benefit from this. I'm not suggesting that we don't continue our mitigation efforts, but there is a very clear bias in climate finance. And there's very little underfunding of the Global Climate Fund headquartered in South Korea, precisely because it is not controlled by the West. Negotiators were able to ensure that the way funding was dispersed when there was a discretionary element was that it would basically be much more beneficial of the global South than in most other situations. This is very important to recognize. So it basically points to and underscores the importance of two things. One, the capacity to have historical memory and learning from different types of negotiations, because the negotiators are very, very professional on the other side. We have to strengthen our ability, but ultimately, the ability to ensure that the solidarity which has been talked about since yesterday is meaningful. You need to have that kind of solidarity because that's all you have. And I just want to point out something which happened very recently. The fourth Financing for Development Conference in Sevilla in Spain basically didn't achieve very much. There's a slight improvement in some respects from Addis Ababa, so-called agenda for action, no action, But basically what has happened is that there is no interest in the global North of meeting the needs of financing for development. Okay, so this is a major problem. So we have a few cracks, and this is why Spain was an important host country for this. You can also see this in Gaza, because you look at who is slowly turning. Okay, who is slowly turning. And interestingly enough, for reasons I still don't understand, Giorgia Meloni sent the Italian Navy to protect the flotilla yesterday. Okay? So things are changing. Things are changing. They're not static, but we need to be on top of how these things are changing in all kinds of spheres and to see the interconnection and the ability to deal with it. I've already talked about the tropical curse and so on, and I don't need to elaborate on that. Tropical ecology, the last forest is in the Congo Basin. And that is already, as you all know, being logged very, very severely, being mined and logged. And this is going to continue. Okay. Tropical disease, I think we all know that, Ebola, etc. Many of the recent epidemics, major epidemics and pandemics have happened in the tropical zone or emanated from tropical zone. But look at the list of neglected diseases. The list is now called neglected tropical diseases. Okay. So this is where South Africa has something very significant to contribute, because for whatever reasons, historical reasons, South Africa has had some historical leadership in a number of areas as far as medical medicine is concerned. And this is, I think, crucial. It's something to build upon. I still remember Christian Barnard's brother, I can't remember his name now, the first person to do a heart transplant in the world in 1967. His brother was a member of the ANC and was very active and had a lot to say and contribute about these kinds of issues. These are things to build upon. I've already mentioned Mandela's public health exception, which I would describe as Mandela's last struggle. He thought he succeeded. And George W. Bush, I think, was not insincere. And if you look at what happened during the pandemic, initially Biden didn't go with the Europeans. Eventually he did, but it was left to the Europeans to do the dirty work as far as intellectual property rights were concerned. Now, the last point about stagnation. I've already rehearsed some of these issues earlier, and I just want to emphasize how grave the threat is. And again, basically what is hugely problematic is that the last stagnation of Africa happened after the post-colonial boom. Okay? This time, it comes from a very weak recovery after that stagnation. So Africa is in far worse condition. The Europeans don't care about the African refugees, have very little choice, very little option, many of them. And this is a tragedy. Okay, you do not even have a Europe which is sympathetic or ostensibly sympathetic. The 0.7% ODA target originally came out of a World Council of Churches resolution in the 1950s, before eventually it became 0.7 of 1%. Today and in the last 2 decades, actual ODA has been less than that 0.35. It is now hovering around 0.3 or even less than that. But even these figures are very deceptive, because there is a so-called Development Cooperation Committee in the OECD, whose main job now is to try to boost the figures without doing anything different. This is also happening as far as climate finance is concerned. So there is an Italian company producing gelato. I'm not against gelato, but it produces gelato, and that company is now going abroad, and that is considered climate finance. Okay? Seriously, it's considered climate finance. So be very, very careful about how Europe and the global north has actually reached the 100 billion per year number. In 2009, to get the deal in Copenhagen, the Europeans promised the world. They promised 100 billion per year. It was supposed to be temporary because Europe was then still recovering from the global financial crisis of 2008, 2009. It was supposed to be increased by 2020 at the latest. Have you heard anything about it being increased? No. So so I think it's very important to recognize that almost nothing is sacrosanct. The rule of law is not sacrosanct. Property rights are violated. And look at what happened to the Venezuelan fishing boats recently. They're just blown up in the water. So do not expect any big favors, but it is important that we do not identify the United Nations and multilateralism as the problem. These are symptoms of the problem. Don't worry. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
I'll take it out.
Thanks, Jomo, for quite expansive and detailed examination of options Africa has. Due to time constraints, let me allow Chris to discuss or to debate as to issues raised by Jomo. Chris.
Thank you, Reg. Good day. Is it morning? Good morning, colleagues. And Dr. Jomo, thank you for a wide-ranging presentation. I first came across your works in the late 90s when I was a student through a book we edited called Tigers in Trouble. It was a nice collection of essays which are very, very informative when it comes to governance, financial policies, macro policies, and so forth. And I think those essays are still relevant to this day. Now, the presentation by that you made may look like it's incoherent, but it's actually coherent because it outlines processes that seem to reinforce each other in a negative way. We've got a problem of liberalization, broadly speaking, trade liberalization, financial liberalization, so forth. But the effect of that liberalization has been to exacerbate or to initiate a process of deindustrialization. And this deindustrialization locked countries in the South, particularly in Africa, in increasing dependence on primary commodity exports. And the effect of that has been that these countries then became vulnerable to adverse terms of trade, engaging in high growth strategies that are immiserizing, failing to get people out of poverty, to address inequality. And at the same time, having their currencies vulnerable to excessive volatility as a result of reliance in these primary commodities. And consequently, these economies are then viewed by global markets as risky because of this increased volatility. However, because they are risky, they are now forced to pay a higher premium on whatever funding that they get, which at the same time reinforces low investment, particularly in those areas that we want these economies to grow, particularly in manufacturing. So you have this spiral, failure of these economies to get out. There have been initiatives like HIPIC, and these countries are busy getting into this HIPIC and they're not getting out. You know, it's like a joke because we're repeating. There's a repetition of this ritual, you know. But at the same time, you know, linked to what you are saying, the World Bank, particularly the World Bank, has been coming with a whole host of initiatives and programs that become fashionable. I remember at some point there was something called pro-poor growth. I don't know what happened to it, and a lot of people were like, We want pro-poor growth. And then it disappeared, and then now we've got inclusive growth. You know, it too is going to disappear because this dynamic that you're explaining keeps on being alive and keeps on being reinforced. So there is that problem. I'm not going to talk much to reflect on the insights that you've shared with us on the 5 core issues that you were talking about. But one thing that struck me is the question that you raised about, is the issue that you raised about neoliberalism, that neoliberalism is no longer a dominant ideology of the ruling class. So that struck me because I also came to that understanding, but I was not sure. Now that you say it, I think I'll be more confident to say it. The reason why I came to that conclusion is that when you look at the demise of the social democratic consensus, it came about because of, or it was reflected in the decline in the rate of profit in the 70s. Then in the 80s, social democracy got into a crisis and it was replaced by neoliberalism. And there was this boost in profitability that came about as a result of this liberalization that was taking place, the suppression of the wage share, the fall in trade union density, and so forth. But then neoliberalism also hit a crisis in 2008, right? And the profitability has not recovered since then. So, which means that the policies of neoliberalism are incapable of resolving the current problems. So what is coming next? So I'm struck by what you said. You proposed that we are going to have something called military Keynesianism. I think we need to interrogate that in more detail. And I used to think that Trump is like a Hitler. He's an industrialist like Hitler, you know, but he's not as brutal like Hitler, but he is an industrialist like Hitler. The features are all there. He is an industrialist and is against neoliberalism in the sense that he's challenging it, as you've correctly pointed out. So whether we call that military Keynesianism or something else is something that we need to come up with to discuss. Now, let me move quickly to the options. The presentation highlights a number of problems, and that these problems are getting worse. But what is missing are the options that the South or Africa has to get out of this mess. Perhaps that's where my contribution will be for discussion. But I think that we need to do a few things. One, we need to go back to class analysis. So a lot of work that is conducted, particularly by heterodox economists, seem to move away from class analysis and focus on the processes by which development or underdevelopment is taking place. But we have lost the class analysis to explain why is it that Africa in this instance has been incapable of getting out. And I suggest that perhaps if we can look at the class formation processes in Africa, that can take us somewhere. The point you made about African elites, the role of African elites benefiting from this whole process of liberalization, allowing them to take their loot out and then coming back as companies that are investing is a best reference. So the issue of class analysis is important. And tied to that, Patrick mentioned something, that in South Africa there's a process of class formation, you know, and he's correct. And I think that there's too much reliance, you know, I think overconfidence in the leadership of South Africa to put forward certain progressive positions in the world platforms. But I challenging you to really take an honest analysis of the South African social formation, socio-economic formation. who controls the South African economy, you know, because who controls the South African economy puts limits on how and what South Africa can achieve. So there's a problem again that needs to be done in South Africa, that the issue of class analysis and the class leadership of the South African social formation. So I'm not confident as you are about the ability of South Africa to provide progressive leadership, given the class forces that are in control of the South African economy. Just to give an example, South African government wanted to donate about 20 million rands to a Cuban initiative. And a group called AfriForum successfully challenged government to not do that because that is public funding. And then the story ended there. So the power of the progressive forces in South Africa to actually control the resources of the country, and therefore the position that the country can take internationally, is quite limited, and it's getting weaker and weaker. The second point we need to talk about when we want alternatives is the issue of ideology. In most instances, I've come across some of the new leaders saying that they don't care about ideology. The president of Botswana, for example, said, I'm not interested about isms. It doesn't matter. So they abuse what they refer to Deng Xiaoping, saying that it does not matter whether the cat is white or black. As long as it catches mice, it's fine. So there is an understatement of the role of ideology in our discussions. And then thirdly, politics. These things are connected. What are the class forces in whose interest heterodoxy serve? When you talk about heterodox economies or heterodox initiatives, whose class interests are we serving? If we say that we want to advance the interests of the working people, the working class, the peasantry, the downtrodden, then we need to look at the organizational strengths of these class forces. There's a problem that I think has taken place when it comes to heterodox economies. There's been a growing disconnect between activist scholarship and scholarship. So we've got heterodox scholars who are scholars, write nice papers and all of that. But what they write does not find resonance in society because of the disconnect with the organizations of the classes whose interests that they claim to advance. So there's a need for us to reconnect with the various forms of organizations that the working people find themselves in. I know that the main one has been trade unions, particularly in South Africa, and trade unions are facing a huge challenge because of deindustrialization and so forth. But we should not lose hope. We need to reconnect with the trade union movement and also connect and assist working people to organize themselves in ways that they can come together and exercise power, because we can't defeat imperialism in our countries if we are not connected to the organizations that are fighting for power over policy in the countries. And then, lastly, Reg, the issue of the voices. I want to raise this as a debate. I do read a lot academic journals that claim to be heterodox. And it's true, Doc. Africa is even sidelined by heterodox journals. And that is the issue that we need to discuss. Not only that, but the voices of African scholars telling their own stories. It was important for us to learn about what is happening across different countries, getting a platform where we can share our experiences and share what is happening on the continent, because imperialism affects different parts of the continent differently. So for us to have these platforms like journals that will allow Africans and the people of the South to articulate their experiences and offer solutions would be very much helpful. So I'm raising an issue here that I'm thoroughly disappointed at the heterodox journals that are not taking forward our voices. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Chris Malikane, and thanks, Professor Jomo Sundram. I'm sure there are lots of questions out there, but we're running out of time. Should we be able to squeeze or see how we can manage time going forward, we should allow some questions at a later time. We may have to go out right now for tea, breaking for 10, 15 minutes and back, and then see whether we can allow for a question or two for the distinguished scholars here to answer some of the indeed pressing reflections that have been made by them. Controversial as these, these scholars are, I think they're offering very important insights, and especially Jomo has been on the continent for a long time, and it is important that we begin to examine and critically look at his proposals and his research work. Professor Marigani is a Marxist scholar whose understanding of class issues are quite varied and advanced. And I think he may want to reflect again when we return or at some point in time during this discussion around how we can then coalesce towards some paradigm that seeks to advance not only an African agenda, but the agenda of the global South. May we go out for tea and return quite quickly, please. Thanks very much. Professors, let's go for tea. Trumpian order.
I enjoyed the offerings from the slides when he was talking to us. Exactly.
Welcome back, and please may you take your seats. We're obviously going to move to the next session. There's a lot of interest in wanting to discuss the previous session. We're going to allocate for questions and answers at some point in time as these gentlemen return to the podium, maybe tomorrow or so. We have the next session that talks to issues of financing for development, mobilizing resources for the Global South development, domestic resources, so that we can begin perhaps to help ourselves. It is going to be chaired by my colleague from Ideas. This is Dr. Marianne Trury. She is an excellent French-speaking and English-speaking person. So we like Francophones talking English as if they were from the Anglophone section. Marianne is an economist and a data specialist. Her work with institutions like the World Bank and the New School for Social Research focuses extensively on sustainable development, fiscal policy, and dimensions of climate finance. Currently, Mariam is a program officer with Ideas, where she works on analyzing financial and social impacts of de-risking strategies. Recently, de-risking has come up because of our colleagues in the World Bank and the IMF and so on and so forth. She's an expert in that area. Mariam is going to chair this session where we have a few speakers. May I request Mariam to come over, please? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Reg, for this great presentation. So yeah, I am honored to be part of this important conversation about domestic resource mobilization, so which is often framed as a technical issue, talking mainly about collecting taxes, about improving efficiency, and also about balancing budgets. But we at Ideas, so I am talking under the control of Reg, of Nongo, and all the other scholars here, we really see the need to kind of re-examine that concept of domestic resource mobilization, especially in how it is being understood by African leaders and also international financial institutions, and so on. So the dominant perspective that overlooks key aspects, such as the endogeneity of money, the opportunities opened by monetary sovereignty, and also the role of those self-paced constraints, self-imposed constraints, which will all be addressed by our wonderful set of panelists here. So may I firstly introduce Professor Dr. Anina Kaltenbrunner. So she's a professor of global economics at Leeds University Business School. She holds a PhD and a master's in development economics from the School of Oriental and African Studies. So she's a pluralist macro developmental economist with an interest in financial and monetary dynamics in developing and emerging economies. So Professor Nina is currently working on currency internationalization and financialization in developing and emerging economies. And we will have the opportunity to learn more about the case study of Uganda. So, Professor, if you please can join us. We also have, we also have Mr. Jerry Fanos Musikwi. I don't know if he's here today. Yes? Oh, okay, yes, there you go. So, Mr. Gerifenos is a senior macroeconomist and financial policy advisor based in Lusaka with over 20 years of experience working with the African Ministry of Finance and central banks. So his expertise includes tax reform, public financial management, and sovereign debt sustainability. So I get it correct, but he's also a critical voice on donor-driven domestic resource mobilization reforms, and he advocates for aligning revenue systems with structural transformation rather than just short-term fiscal targets. So please help us welcome him. And last but not least, we have our Dr. Reg Hossi, who is, of course, a heterodox economist and the founding executive director of the First Source Money and Public Banking Institute in South Africa. He's a fierce critic of orthodox fiscal and monetary policy paradigms in Africa and has written extensively on sovereign money, public banking, and developmental state theory. So he will probably interrogate the false separation between fiscal and monetary policy, and you can expect some bold challenge from the mainstream economic assumptions. So, thanks for Professor Reg to be here also. Okay, so I believe we can start with the presentation of Professor Nina. You share it with us?
Is the presentation on the process go?
Yes.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for having me, and it's an immense pleasure to speak. And I said I would go first so that Rach afterwards can take apart everything I'm going to say. So what I would quite like to present is results or insights from an ongoing project which we are doing with Uganda Development Bank, Climate Policy Initiative, and colleagues at the University of Leeds. Oh, you want me to make it big? Sorry. Yes, and City University London, and it's funded by a Financing Common Innovation Lab grant. So we have a little grant to do this project. And so basically what this project is going to do, my comrade, I don't know whether he's still here, Patrick Bond called it a little piece of financial engineering. It's basically flipping de-risking on its head. And so what we want to propose is a currency risk sharing scheme which enables Uganda Development Bank to scale up local currency lending for its climate finance facility, at the core of which is what we're proposing is a donor-funded currency guarantee. So we are proposing or we're developing a currency guarantee funded by international donors to de-risk, in this case, private money, a public institution, to de-risk Uganda Development Bank to enable it to scale up local currency lending. So this project, I just wanted to mention that before I go into the detail. This project is actually part of a bigger research initiative or project where we're trying to at least raise the awareness or convince, in the best case, international development finance institutions to take on some of the currency risks of the international lending. Because as far as we know that at the moment, most of international lending is done in global north currencies, the dollar or the euro, which means that the currency risk is rolled over to borrowers, which very often contributes to severe debt vulnerability. So the issue of debt has been mentioned yesterday, has been mentioned today, and currency risk, particularly in the context of large depreciation, so depreciation is a massive problem. So but in a way, what we're trying to do is to convince that on the one hand, we need more local currency financing, which does not, and this is important, which does not necessarily mean less foreign exchange. What we're saying is that the currency risk needs to be taken on by international lenders just as much as borrowers. And some of that risk needs to be stopped, rolled over to vulnerable borrowers. In the context of that, in a way, we need more financing, but we also need more sustainable financing. We need financing that actually works for enabling productive structural change. And the reason why we're arguing this is, and I don't want to go into details, but it's based on a long research agenda, which we summarize under the umbrella of international financial subordination. But basically, our key point is that actually currency risk, in contrast to what international organizations would very often say, or currency devaluation, depreciation, are not always, or predominantly not always, the result of misaligned macroeconomic policies, etc., but actually currency risk is structural. Currency risk is the result of a hierarchic international monetary system where, because of historical trajectories, the US dollar, the euro sit on the top, and where peripheral currencies sit on the bottom. And it's those hierarchic structure of the international monetary system which creates fundamental structural macroeconomic constraints on development finance, but also all kinds of other agency, which fundamentally constrains development. So it is in this context. I don't want to, in my last slide, I will use the word responsibility, but it's in this context that we think it's justified to ask international donors, which have access to cheap funding markets, dollars, euros, and who profit from the availability of cheap funding because of historical legacy, to start bearing some of the risk. So this is really the key message. And then, if the financial engineering goes over our head or is too much de-risking, it doesn't matter, but this is the key message we want to get across. And then, so what this project then focuses on is, in a way, and this is how it links to this panel, is how can we demobilize domestic financial resources in this context of what we call international financial subordination, which has these macroeconomic structural constraints. And we know these are reflected in structurally higher interest rates. They are reflected in severe external vulnerability. So when the Fed sneezes, currencies in the periphery depreciate, but also for a structural preference to hold liquidity. May this be in the form of foreign exchange reserves, which sit in very low yielding dollar assets, or in the form of financial institutions, not just as banks, sitting on government bonds rather than lending. Yeah. Now, in principle, and I come from a post-Keynesian tradition, in principle, there should not be a constraint of raising local currency domestic finances, because bank can create money, and we can discuss this later, endogenous money theory, but banks can create money. But we also know that at least in Africa, in many peripheral countries, banks don't lend, or lend at very high cost. It has to do with information asymmetries, with market power, but we would also argue it has to do with this macrostructure constraints emerging from international financial subordination. Now, what that means, and Daniela Gabor has talked about this in the early career workshop at the beginning of the week, is that what that means is that partly we need a return to credit policy, we need more directive interventions into the banking system, but we also need, or at least one institution that has been on the table to mobilize additional financing for climate adaptation, mitigation, structural change, are public development banks. But what we want to show in this work is that even public development banks are fundamentally constrained or embedded in these macro structures, currency hierarchy, which makes it actually very difficult to fulfill that mandate and to mobilize the domestic currency financing, which is needed, or which is so desperately needed. So this is the background. And then now to move to the context of Uganda Development Bank, and in a way what we're trying to do in order to address this problem. So Uganda Development Bank is tasked by the government to provide affordable local currency financing for climate adaptation and mitigation. So the work we're doing is specifically underneath the climate finance facility. So it's all about climate financing. Now, in order to provide that affordable local currency lending, the Uganda government caps the lending rate of Uganda Development Bank at 12%. Which is relatively affordable in the context of the interest rate environment in Uganda. Now, at the same time, and because of that interest rate environment in Uganda, Uganda Development Bank finds it impossible to fund itself in the domestic financial markets. So at the moment, just to illustrate that, government borrowing, or the interest rate on government borrowing, is 18%. the borrowing in money market rates is about 9-10%. UDB has a mandate to lend at 12%. This leaves hardly or any margin or makes it even unprofitable to lend. Inflation rate is 4%, so real interest rates are very high. So what does UDB do? Uganda Development Bank draws on credit lines with international development finance institutions, such as the European Investment Bank, the Agence France de Développement, to access concessional financing at substantively lower rates, around 4 to 5%, to intermediate that into the local market and to on-lend in local currency. Now, what that does is, though, it leaves Uganda Development Bank with a substantive currency risk. So if the Ugandan shilling depreciates, that will fundamentally impair the balance sheet and the lending capacity, if not the solvency of Uganda Development Bank. Now, what options does Uganda Development Bank has in this context? Well, it could carry the currency risk, and that's what it does. It could, of course, pass on the currency risk to the ultimate borrower, but that's something we definitely don't want. It could hedge that currency risk, but because of existing macro structures, because of existing interest rate differentials, which pricing in exchange rate depreciations, which I will come back to that, are very high, the cost of hedging for Uganda Development Bank, and actually for anybody wanting to hedge in the Ugandan shilling, is incredibly high. So the hedging rate, and I'm sorry, it's a bit technical, but the hedging rate is around 10 to 11%. Right? So if we compare that with the lending rate of 12%, it becomes immediately clear that actually Uganda Development Bank cannot hedge that exposure because it just becomes so expensive because of the existing interest rate differential. Okay? So Uganda Development Bank is left with the currency risks and holds it, which fundamentally constrains its lending and, of course, as I said, makes it financially very vulnerable. Now, the reason why this is, and Reg will talk about this, I think, is that, of course, a development bank is reliable on external funding. They need to raise funding. And if you have to do that in a high interest rate environment, it makes it very difficult to provide cheap, affordable local currency financing. And this is where we are, what we are. So what we then, I'm probably going to run out of time, but in a nutshell, what we're then proposing to do is, in a way, we're trying to square the circle. So Uganda Development Bank has the currency risk. It cannot fully hedge it because it makes it unprofitable for them. So we say, why don't you divide the risk? Why don't you divide the risk? Why don't you divide the loan in a part that is hedged? So Uganda Development Bank reduces some of the risk through a normal hedge with a bank or an institution called TCX. I can go back to that, who that is, which maintains the affordability and leaves the other part of that credit line, the other part of that liability unhedged. So now Uganda Development Bank only carries half of the currency risk of that credit line. Let's say it's a 10 million credit line. European Investment Bank has given them 10 million. That's a $10 million liability. So it hedges half of that 10 million. So that's hedged, so it only has got $5 million liability left, on which we say Uganda Development Bank takes the currency risk up to a certain threshold, beyond which a donor guarantee kicks in. So Uganda Development Bank takes some risk. At the moment, we're calculating the threshold with 5% depreciation, but that's completely arbitrary. We can look at any threshold of depreciation. So we're calculating with a 5% depreciation threshold, beyond which any depreciation would be covered by a donor guarantee. In return, Uganda Development Bank has to pay a premium to the guarantor. And at the moment, the guarantee is also structured asymmetrically in the sense that if the shilling, should it ever appreciate beyond the threshold, so should it appreciate by more than 5%, the guarantor also gets these gains. It makes not a big difference to the guarantee, our calculations show. So that's the rough outline. Then maybe briefly before I end, just to show you a little bit some numbers, just to give you an idea. So basically, in a way, what we're trying to do is we're trying to square the circle. We're trying to get a kind of intermediate solution, which is, in a way, which is more affordable than a full hedge, but reduces some of the currency risk of a completely unhedged position, which UDB is carrying at the moment. And what that graph shows you, and I really just want to focus, I know it's a bit complex, but I really just want you to focus on these three lines, the blue line, the red line, and the dark line, which shows you the average annual funding cost of Uganda Development Bank under the different schemes. Blue is unhedged, red is with a guarantee, so in our scheme, and black is fully hedged. And what you can see is that, of course, unsurprisingly, the unhedged position has the lowest funding cost because it doesn't carry the cost of the hedge, but it also carries all the exchange rate risk. On the other hand, the cost of a full hedge, the black one, is stable, no exchange rate risk whatsoever, but is substantively higher than the risk-sharing scheme which we are proposing. And as I've already explained before, is hardly possible in terms of profit margin for UDB. So this intermediate scheme, in a way, provides somewhere in between, which allows us to square the circle. I'm nearly done. Just to give you maybe a bit of an example, because I think it's maybe easier. So it's important. So this is an outcome of the different schemes at a point in time, okay? So we're looking here, and as my collaborators are reminding me, this is really just in point in time. This is just one outcome out of a million outcomes, yeah? But we're assuming here we have a 10 million credit line, which runs over 7 years. We have a hedging cost around 10%, and we're looking at scenarios where the exchange rate in year 2 of the scheme either appreciates by 5%, depreciates by 5%, or depreciates by 15%. And what you can see is that whilst in all cases, the UDB still makes a profit, so it's not loss-making, but you can see that the profit of the currency risk-sharing scheme, so the third column, is of course lower than the unhedged one because the currency appreciates. It's also higher than the fully hedged one, yeah? And if you then look at the case of a 15% depreciation, the profit of the unhedged one is still quite profitable because it's just 1 year depreciation. But you can see that already the profit for Uganda Development Bank in the scheme, in the risk-sharing facility, is higher than that of a full hedge. And that just becomes more as the currency depreciates. Yeah. So it shows you that kind of this intermediate solution might provide a better, in a way, might provide this in between. Just to finish up, another graph, and then I'll finish. So this is, and I think this is what was missing besides, but this, because people are asking me, who would provide this? I mean, how much are you expecting? How much money do you want? So this looks at the net profit and loss of the guarantor, okay? So in a credit line of 10 million, in order to cover that risk, in a way, the cost of the guarantee, so the amount of money that needs to be provided to the guarantee would be $662,476 in our estimations. And you can see on the graph, you can see the profits or losses which would be made by the guarantor over the lifeline of the facility. And we have calculated that profit or loss either based on existing interest rate differential or, and that is really, really important, and I know I'm running over time, Miriam, but this is really important, or looking at the historical exchange rate volatility. So the actual exchange rate volatility of the Ugandan shilling, not the one that it's being priced in by the market, okay? Now, if we look at the profit or loss to the guarantor, in the case of if we calculate the guarantee based on market interest rates, the profit is 0, and that's to be expected because it's getting the guarantee premium from Uganda Development Bank to compensate it for the loss. But if we look at historical exchange rate volatility in this scheme, the donor guarantee would actually make a mean profit, whilst at the same time securing the excessive risk to Uganda Development Bank and allowing it to provide lending at a 12% rate. So this is our little bit of financial engineering. I know a lot of numbers, but we can maybe discuss it if there are any details. So then maybe just come back to the bigger picture, yeah? So as I said in the beginning, I think what this currency risk sharing scheme does is, in a way, it starts a dialogue, it starts an agenda where we feel that some of that currency risk needs to be taken on by the donor community, and it can be taken on in whatever form, but we are modeling in the form of a currency guarantee. And as I already said, we believe this is partly, and here I use the word responsibility of the donor community because of existing structural hierarchies in the international monetary financial system. Now, is it, and on that I finish, is it a medium to long-term solution? I don't know. That depends on how long and whether we think foreign financing will or has to remain a part of development finance for the continent. I've never really posed that as a question. All I'm saying is that if foreign financing does remain in the equation, I think we should bring on the agenda that some of that risk is taken by the global north as well. But of course, at the same time, we also need to think about affordable forms of domestic funding for development banks. And I think, as we'll hear more today, also to think of how we can get the domestic banking system, which are really the ones who can create money and are if we can control them and govern them right, are really the ones that can provide the financing. That's, of course, part of the debate. Right. I finish here. Thank you very much.
Professor Nina, thank you very much for this innovative and bold currency sharing risk. So without further, we can please give the floor to our next speaker. Yes. Quickly. This is just the power.
Okay.
You want me to present from your machine?
Yeah, sure.
You have to connect you to the Zoom.
Okay. So I can present without the.
You can present with your. Let's move it to this.
Was in my machine. I did something a little bit.
Present from your machine. You don't have Zoom. I can see. You open
Is this your presentation? Is it? Okay.
I think they have to, well, I don't think it shows on the screen, so.
This one.
Share it.
To connect the computer to Zoom.
Yeah.
To do it.
Can
I don't know which screen is showing.
Maybe he can set me up, and as he tries to fix his.
Okay.
Yeah, well, if he's coming,
Yeah.
then he can proceed as.
Yeah.
yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I appreciate ideas for this chance. My name is Musikwi Jerifanos. I'm from Zimbabwe. Point of correction, not Zambia actually. I'm from Zimbabwe, and also I don't have 20 years of experience in the industry. It's a bit too far for me, you know. Yeah. I think I have around 8 years of experience to 9 years in the industry. And also, I'm by the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution in the northern region of Zimbabwe under the Office of the President and Cabinet. So today I'm going to present on the domestic resource mobilization, basing my presentation on reimagining the domestic resource mobilization in the African economies or African countries through endogenate of money and the man sovereignty in Africa. Thank you. So let me start here. I just try to put some little points here, not very much, so that I won't take much of your time, and I will rush to my thinking in terms of the recommendations, what should be done in Africa, what are we supposed to do, rather than outlining a lot of theories here. So the first thing is domestic resource mobilization is just turning our resources into development, because, you know, foreign aid, it has got a long waiting list. Everyone is waiting for the foreign aid. Everyone is waiting for the foreign donors. But, you know, Africa, specifically, we are the donors. We donate our natural resources, but our balance sheet, in terms of the receipts, we are at zero. So it's a pathetic situation that we are in as Africa. But we want to see how best can Africa be able to resuscitate, rethink, and redevelop our economies. So Africa's public debt reached around 1.8 trillion pounds, which is approximately 2 trillion US dollar by the year 2024 in terms of the public debt. You know, debt servicing in Africa, it consumes around 16.7% of government revenues. You know, it's something that is terrible for Africa. For example, Nigeria, its federal revenue, its revenue from the its GDP, from the production in the economy, it reaches 29%. It goes to servicing the debt. You can imagine how serious it is. In North Africa, it holds 40% of Africa's debt, and Sub-Sahara's debt, since 2010, it has been tripled. So the biggest problem of Africa financial development, it's caused by debt. The reason being, we are not utilizing our own resources. We need to embrace our own resources, our free trade areas, our regional development, so that we can mobilize resources starting from the at country level, at regional level, Africa as a whole. You know, we can be able to mobilize the resources in terms of development in Africa. Then we have the factors that are driving Africa's debt burden. One, we have the prejudice premium. You know, we are paying that extra fee for a mistrust that is posed on African countries. You know, the interest that we are being charged in Africa is different in other countries, because in Africa they say we have a high risk economies, we have risk in terms of shocks and political instability and so forth. Thereby, an estimated cost by 2024, it was around $75 billion that we lose in terms of higher interest as compared to other countries which get debt from these financial houses. And also we have climate vulnerabilities. You know, we have extreme weather changes. It's been a talk of the town everywhere. You see climate change. And this one, at the end, it will force our nations to borrow money from these financiers at higher rates, because we cannot finance it on our own. We don't have those models that makes us to be able to finance our demands in Africa. And the third factor is structural dependence and currency mismatch. You know, if we need a loan, I think during COVID, during 2020, Kenya and South Africa, I think South Africa borrowed around 1.5 million to cater for the COVID pandemic from the IMF. And it increased its debt to GDP ratio, I think, with around 70%. So you can see, you borrow in US dollars, you borrow in euros, and you want to repay that money. you are operating in your economy using maybe, let's say, you're using the rand, and you want to deal with those exchange rates, and sometimes you can have the shocks in the economy. You see how much debt you can pay. It can be very, very, very high debt because the currency mismatch, we worsening the fiscal pressure in the economy. Let's go to the DRM framework. We have got the traditional domestic resource mobilization framework that has been used for years. We know every economy, it gives tariffs, it imposes taxes, and so forth. And at the end, what we will witness is the impoverished of the society, impoverishment of the citizens, of the economic agents. In also trying to maybe to raise money, the government will raise the interest rate, which will also bar the investors from investing locally. And it also creates the informal markets, which don't even pay a cent. Then we have here money endogeneity. We talked about money endogeneity and money sovereignty as a gateway for Africa to sustainable development. So we have what we call money endogeneity. By money endogeneity, what we mean is money is being created by the banks and put as deposits to the economic agents and as a way to respond to the real economic activity that is in the market. So the demand in the credit system on loans will force banks or will trigger banks to create money, which concur or which matches the demand. So this it means that we will have no situations of high inflation rates, because the demand is already there. It's different from the traditional domestic resource mobilization, whereby we have the exogenous money. So the money supply is being determined by the demand in the credit creation system. So the direct credit will be channeled to the productive sectors. So, and at the end, if you check this example of a business loan, the banks gives the business loans, it becomes deposits, they produce, the farmers produce, they get incomes, and after incomes, the government will tax there. Not starting by the other way around, taxing so that they will spend, but the government will start by spending. And after spending, people, they will get money. After getting money, they will pay taxes. That's the Keynesian model that he used in the Great Depression. People, they were given employment to make trenches, and after that they were paid. They started to demand. After demanding, that money was taxed, and the government recouped good money, and no one was worse off, was impoverished. So it means bank lending should be towards domestic value addition, rather than maybe paying for speculators, rather than giving money to speculators and maybe to entrepreneurs, instead of giving money to productive sectors that will have the trickle-down effect to the whole of the economy. And also we have the sovereign money. When we are talking of sovereign money, we are saying the central bank or the country have got any opportunity, have got the chance, they have got the power to determine if they want to print money, they will print more money. You know, if you want to see it, look now, you can never run out of US dollars. Wherever you go, you see US dollars. You wonder, where is it coming from? They print their money. It's their money, so they print. But if you don't have your own money, you cannot print if you don't have sovereignty. Some, they are restricted by the IMF rules. But if Africa becomes one, if Africa becomes in unity in terms of domestic resource mobilization, these things, they can be done. These things, they are doable. Africa can even have a single currency. You know, the European Union, they use their euro in this country, in next country, you know, there's their currency. And even if they want to borrow from each other, they don't have those currency mismatches. But come to Africa, you may come from Zimbabwe with a bond, it cannot buy here. You may come from South Africa with your rand, it may not buy in Zimbabwe. You know, maybe a distance of 10 minutes, you know. But in Europe, it's not like that. So if you want to realize the power of a domestic resource mobilization strategy, what we need to do is we must be one. We must be a society which shares its resources. Let me rush. So the hybrid DRM model will guide bank credit to strategic sectors, and in the long run, it will strengthen monetary sovereignty, reduce foreign debt, introduce sovereign money. So we'll be having the more fiscal space for African economies. You know there is this that I want to share with you. Africa's resource wealth. You know, Africa holds around 30% of mineral resources in this whole world. And specifically 27, I think 0.7 of gold comes from Africa. But if you look into Africa, you wonder that Mali doesn't have gold reserves. I think with the DRC as well. And France has got around 2,436 gold reserves. But it doesn't have gold mines. But France used to be, rather Mali used to be the colony of what? Of France. South Africa have around 125.7 tons of gold as reserves. And Zimbabwe 3.4 tons of gold as reserves. So you can see the difference there. Non-producers have more gold. Producers, they have nothing. So what does that mean? You know, my proposal is, as Africa, like now we produce around, rather we import around 2 billion worth of oil from UAE. But in Africa, we have Angola. We have Angola. It's just recently started building a plant for oil processing or oil refinery, whereby I think as Africans, we will support that investment. We buy our oil from there. We start to make our currency circulate, our wealth circulate in Africa. Because if we don't do that, really, it becomes a very big problem. I'm about to finish, ma'am, sorry. And also, in Mozambique, we have a coal mine, which is owned by Vulcan India, 95% and 5% by Mozambicans. You know, Mozambique only gets around 3.4% of the revenues yearly, and India is getting 96.6, I'm mistaken, percent per year on the profits. But what I'm saying is, if you look on, if you look at Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia used a model whereby it took control with the state-owned enterprises of its oil reserves. And it's the largest oil, crude oil exporters in the world. So why can't we Africans do the same instead of giving to so-called investors, private investors? They come and invest, and we left with nothing. And we go and borrow from them. Let me just read the recommendation, then I'll be. So my recommendations are single African currency to stabilize trade and strengthen bargaining power, so that we reduce dependence on external currencies. And also to promote resource sovereignty this will increase the state and community ownership to ensure resources benefit local populations, rather than if you go to the place where diamonds, gold is being extracted, those people, they're impoverished. You wonder why is that happening to Africa. And also, I recommend regional value addition. Let's develop refineries, smelters, and local processing plants to retain more value within Africa.
Doctrine and so on and so forth. It is necessary that young scholars who are here and heterodox economic thinkers who are very, very progressive must begin to disassociate themselves quite vehemently from these theories, and therefore begin to propose a way that is actually consistent with the endogenous money theory, which I think is the primary theory that talks to at least a new global monetary and financial system. Sequentially, therefore, in my view, already.